Now, the real part of the stream begins. It all was leading up to this. Standing here, we made it. The old 24-hour warm-up before the real contestant begins. The old stall M for a day. Yes, the real content. You guys thought I was tired? Ha! All a big con for the big reveal. Well, I'm glad you asked. It's been a hole when I was thinking what to do when we pass the mark. With beginnings and endings, they are all the same. We always make a perfect loop. Back to the beginning, start at 7, back at 7. The never-ending cycle is part of the ebb and flow. So now we will do the solo before the finale. The breaking of the cycle. It will begin now. You know, it's been a long time coming with this one. I've been planning this for a while. Much greater than content. Much greater than entertainment. I want something to draw the very purpose from inside us all. It's actually happening. This is crazy. I'm glad you were all here to witness it. Hey, Corey. Yeah, I had to wait till the mark. When the loop lines up. When July ends. The midsummer solstice begins. When the sun becomes closest to Earth. It's all lining up. You'll just need everyone in a moment with me in that solstice. When we are closest to the very bringer of life. Amon. Our sun, as it's pronounced. Soul. Become one with the giver of life. Bless RNG. Okay, Jay, I'll fill you in on the big events. Don't forget to watch the V Metomegalo D. Okay, well, it's time to get to it. And of course, to prepare ourselves. We need sustenance. I should make some of that right now. And what better way to enjoy refueling the body than a few videos? Wowie. I think you'll do something with the videos too. How about I exaggerate the emotions portrayed in them? Maybe try to stimulate a sense of relations with chat by expressing similar outbursts of facial and body movements. I'll coin the term reacting. Please don't steal. Genius. Really working my wrinkles today. Thanks Op, we're doing chat relations. Let's sync up our emotions by watching a video we can quotations react to. Well, I was thinking something amazing. Why don't we all pick out a video together? And by we, I mean chat. Enigma, I thought that video was gameplay on Fortnite. It's basically a dead cam on a wall. Well, Mage, that sounds good. Look, Enigma, nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, kids are getting good at games these days, right? Meaty spetch. Oh, yeah, the subs. I got them here. Thanks so much, everyone. Only 198 more to go. 4th of October. Wowie. Okay, it's that time. If I don't get a recommendation, I'm going to watch Fox Kids for 40 minutes. So you guys better have something. Eve seen that video a lot actually, Stevie. Link it. We are linkers here. Meet nod.
Water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat. It's sad. I'm sad. I miss you. How did this happen? A long time ago, actually never, and also now, nothing is nowhere. When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen. Nothing was never anywhere. That's why it's been everywhere. It's been so everywhere you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every it gets. Forget this. I want to be something. Go somewhere. Do something. I want things to change.
All in
I want
due
to
time.
invent time and space. And I know it's possible because everything is here and it probably already happened. I just don't know when to start. And that's exactly where it started. Oh, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of? Quarks and stuff. Ah, that's a thing. In a place. Don't like it? Try a new place. At a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. But it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about 1 jillion degrees. Great news, the quarks are now happily married in groups of 3, called a proton or a neutron.
Okay, let me get some
That wants to
sustenance.
join in but can't because it's still too... Great news, the protons and neutrons are now happily married to each other. Some of them even doubled up. Great news, the electrons have now joined in. Congratulations, the world is now a bunch of gas in space. But it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. It's a star. New shit just got made. Some stars burn out and die. Bigger stars burn out and die with passion and make some brand new, way crazier shit. Space dust. Which allows newer, more interesting stars to be made and then die and explode into even crazier space dust. So now stars have cool stuff around them, like rocks, ice, and funny clouds, which can make some very interesting things. Like this ball of flaming rocks, for example. Holy shit, we just got hit with another ball of flaming rocks, and it kind of made a mess. Weather update, it's raining rocks from outer space. Weather update, those rocks might have had water inside them and now there's hot steam in the sky. Weather update, cooler temperatures today and the floor is no longer lava. Weather update, it's raining. Severe flooding alert, the entire world is now an ocean. Volcano alert, that's land. There's life in the ocean.
What? Prove it.
Something's alive in the ocean. Oh cool, like a plant or an animal? No, a microscopic speck. It lives at the bottom of the ocean and eats chemical soup, which is being served hot and fresh, made from gnarly
And I am
space
getting some
ingredients
tea
left over
too,
from
Meaty's
when it was
happy
raining
tea
rocks or
time.
whatever. Oh yeah, and it can do that. It has secret instructions written inside itself telling it how to build another one of itself. So that's pretty nifty, I would say. Tired of living at the bottom of the ocean? Now you can eat sunlight.
Say like the whole video word for word off.
You can convert sunlight into food. Side effect, now there's oxygen everywhere and the sky's blue. Then the Earth might have been a snowball for a while, maybe even a couple of times. It's a sponge, it's a plant, it's a worm and some other types of weird strange water bugs and strange fish.
It's the Cambrian explosion.
Wow, that's animals and stuff. But we're still in the ocean. Hey, can we go on land? No. Why? The sun is a deadly laser. Oh, okay.
Not anymore, there's a blanket.
Now the animals can go on land. Come on, animals, let's go on land. Nope, can't walk yet. And there's no food yet, so I don't care. Okay, will you learn to walk if there's plants up here? Maybe, said some bugs. And fish. Okay, so I can go on land, but I have to go back in the water to
Have babies.
learn to use an egg.
I was already doing that.
Use a stronger egg. Put water in it. Have a baby on land in an egg.
Eve never
Water is in
seen
the
this.
egg. Baby in the egg, in the water, in the egg. Works for me.
Bye-bye, ocean.
And now everything's huge, including bugs. Want to see a map of the land? Sure. Oh fuck, now everything's dead.
I
Just
never
kidding,
did
we're the survivors. Keep your
OPGN.
eye on this one because it's about to become the dinosaurs. Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart. Don't worry about it. It does that all the time. Here comes a meteor.
I'm a normal person.
Dinosaurs are gone.
Meat slam.
It's mammal time. Here come the mammals. Look at those breasts. Now they're gonna dominate the world, and one of them just learned how to grab stuff and walk. No, like walk like that and grab stuff at the same time. And bang rocks together to make pointed rocks. Ouch. And set things on fire. Youch. And make crazy sounds with their voice. Knirsch, which can mean different things.
That's a human person.
And now they're everywhere. Almost.
Ice Age.
What? You can walk over here? Cool.
Not anymore.
Well, I guess we're stuck here now. Let's review. There's people on the planet. And they're chasing their food. Fuck it. Time to plant some grass. Look at this. I control the food now. Now everyone will want to be my friend and live near me. Let's all build houses, except mine is bigger because I own the food. This is great. I wonder if anyone else is doing this. Tired of using rocks for everything? Use metal. It's underground. Better farming was just invented in a sweet dank valley right in between these two rivers, and the animals are helping.
Guess what happens next?
More food, and more people who came to buy the food. Now you need people to help make the food and keep track of the sales. And now you need houses for people to live in and people to make the houses. And now there's more people and they invent things, which makes things better. And more people come and there's more farming and more people to make more things for more people. And now there's business, money, writing, laws, power.
Society.
Coming soon to a dank river valley near you. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, the horse is probably being tamed. Why is all my metal so lame and lumpy? Tired of using lame, sad metal? Introducing
Bronze.
made with special ingredient tin from the far lands of Tinland. I don't know, my dealer won't tell me where he gets it. Also, guess what?
Egypt.
Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, they figured out how to put wheels on a horse. Now we're getting somewhere. Also,
China.
and did I mention?
Indus River Valley Civilization. Norte Chico.
The Middle East is getting more complicated. Maybe because it's in the middle of the East. Knock knock, or clop clop. It's the people with the horses. And they made an empire. And then everyone else copied their horses.
Greeks.
Ah, look, it must be the Greeks, or a beta version of the Greeks. Let's check in with the Indus River Valley civilization. They're gone. Guess who's not gone?
China. New arrivals in India. Maybe it's those horse people I was talking about, or their cousins or something. And they wrote some hymns and mantras and stuff.
You could make a religion out of this. There's the Bronze Age collapse.
Now the Phoenicians can get down to business.
Also, can we switch to a metal that's a little easier to find? Thanks. Look who came back to Israel. It's the 12 tribes of Israel.
And they believe in God.
Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step program. Here's some huge heads. Must be the Olmecs. The Phoenicians make some colonies. The Greeks copy their idea and make some colonies. The Phoenicians made a colony so big it makes colonies. Here comes the Assyrian Empire. Never mind, it's the Babylonian Median.
It's the Persian Empire.
Wow, that's big. Ah, the Buddha was just enlightened. Who's the Buddha? This guy who sat under a tree for so long that he figured out how to ignore the fact that we're all dying. You can make a religion out of this. Oops, China just broke, but while it was breaking, Confucius was figuring out how to have good morals. Ah, the Greeks just had the idea of thinking about stuff. And right over here, Alexander just had the idea of conquering the entire Persian Empire. It's a great idea. He was great. And now he's dead. Hopefully the rest of the gang will be able to share the empire evenly between them. Knock knock, it's Chandragupta. He says, get the hell out of here. Will you get the hell out of here if I give you 500 elephants? Okay, thanks, bye.
Time to conquer all of India. Or most of India.
But what about this part? That's the Tamil Kings. No one conquers the Tamil Kings. Who are the Tamil Kings?
Merchants probably. And they've got spices.
Who would like to buy the spices? Me, said the Arabians, swiftly buying it and selling it to the rest of the world. Hey, China put itself back together again, with good morals as their main philosophy. Actually, they have 3 main philosophies. Out here, the horse nomads run wild and free, and they would like to ransack your city. Let's check the Greekification levels of the Greekified kingdoms. Greekification overload. Bye, said the Parthians. Bye, said the Jews. Hi, said the Parthians, taking over the entire place. Hey, said the Romans, eating the entire Mediterranean for breakfast. Thanks for invading our homeland, said the Jews, who were starting to get tired of people invading their homeland. Hi, everything's great, said some guy who seems to be getting very popular and is then arrested and killed for being too popular, which only makes him more popular. You can make a religion out of this. Want silk? Now you can buy it from China. They just made a brand new road to the world. Or you can get their own water. Sick, new trade routes, said India, accidentally spreading their religion to the entire southeast. That's a good place for an epic trading kingdom. There goes Buddhism traveling up the Silk Road. I wonder if it'll reach China before it collapses again. Remember the Persian Empire? Yep, said the Persians, making a new one. Axum is getting so powerful they would like to build a long stick. Has anyone populated Madagascar yet? Let's do it together.
China's whole again. Then it broke again.
Still can't cross the Sahara Desert? Try camels.
Hell yeah, now we got business,
said the Ghana Empire, selling lots of gold and slaves. Hi, I live in the Roman Empire, and I was wondering...
Is loving Jesus legal yet?
No. Actually, okay, sure, said Constantine, moving the capital way over here to be closer to his main
rival.
Don't worry about Rome, it won't fall.
It's the golden age of India.
There's the Gupta Empire, not Chandragupta, just Gupta. First name Chandra. The first. Guess who's in Rome?
Barbarians.
What's a barbarian? Non-Romans, said the Romans, being invaded by non-Romans. R.I.P. Roman Empire. Or actually just half of it. The other half is just fine. But it's not in Rome anymore, so let's give it a new name.
The Mayans have figured out the stars.
Oh, and here's a huge city. Population everyone. The Gok Turks have taken over the entire Eurasian steppe. Great job, Gok Turks. How's India? Broken. How's China?
Back together.
How's those trading kingdoms?
Bigger and there's more of them.
Korea has 3 kingdoms. Japan has a kingdom. It's the Sunrise Kingdom. Deep in the Arabian desert, on the top of a mountain, the real God whispers in Muhammad's ear. So he goes down to the cube where everyone worships gods, and he tells them their gods are all fake. And everyone got so mad at him that he had to leave town and go to a different town. You can make a religion out of this, and maybe conquer the world as well. The Roman Empire is long gone, but somehow the Pope is still the Pope. Plus there's
new kingdoms all over Europe.
I wonder if there's room for Moors. Here's all the wisdom. In a house. It's the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Just in time for the
Islamic Golden Age.
Let's bring stuff to the coast and sell it and become the Swahili on the Swahili coast, said the Swahili on the Swahili coast. Remember this tiny space you have to go through to get from here to there? Someone owns that now. Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere? The Franks have the biggest kingdom in Europe, and the Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman emperor, said the Pope, pretending to still be part of the Roman Empire. Then the Franks broke their kingdom into what will later be called France and not France. The Northerners, or just Norse if you don't have much time, are exploring. They go north, from the north to the northern north, and they find some land, 2 types of land, and they name them accordingly. They also invade some other places and get called many names, such as Vikings. There's the Rus, the Kievan Rus. Are they Vikings? I don't think so, said the Kievan Rus. Okay, fair enough. The Pope is ready to make some more emperors of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. It's actually Germany, but don't worry about it. New kingdoms.
Christianize all the kingdoms.
Which brand would you like? Mine's better, mine's better, mine's better. Time to conquer England, said William. It's a bird, it's a plane.
It's the Seljuk Turks,
said the Byzantine Empire, who's getting so small it almost doesn't exist anymore. We need help. They need help, so they call the Pope. Hey, Pope, can you help us get rid of the Seljuks? Maybe take back the Holy Land on the way? Come on, I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Yes, I do actually want to do that. Let's do a crusade.
Crusade.
They did many crusades, some of which almost didn't fail, but at least the Italians got some sweet trade deals. Goodbye, Mayans.
Hello, Toltecs.
Goodbye, Toltecs.
Hello, Mississippi.
Look at those mounds. There's the Pueblo. I always wondered how to build a town in a cliff. Guess who's here? Come here. Where? Here. And Pagan is there. Vietnam unconquered itself, Korea just became itself, and Japan is so addicted to art that the military might have to take over the government. China just invented bombs and typing. And the Mongols just invaded most of the universe. Nice going, Genghis. I bet that will last a long time. Some of the Islamic Turks were unaffected by the Mongol invasions because they were busy invading India.
Pickle meat.
Is it Tonga time? I think it's Tonga time. I just found out where the Swahili gets all their gold. Look at this Chad. Means lake. There's an empire there. Right in the middle of Africa. The king of Mali is so rich he's going on tour to let everyone know. Wow, that guy's rich, everyone said. The Christians are doing a great job reconquering Iberia, which will soon be called Spain and not Spain. Please remain Christian. We will check in later to see if you're still Christian when you least expect. Whoops, half of Europe just died. China's back, yay! Hey, come here, time to share. New kingdoms here and there. Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majahapit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit. Oh, Italy's really rich. Time for them to care a lot about art and the ancient classics. It's kind of like a rebirth. Here's a printer. Let's make books. So you think you can conquer the Byzantine Empire? Yep, said the Ottoman Turks. Nice job, Ottoman Turks. Oops, you missed a spot. Don't forget to ban Europe from the Indian spice trade. What? That's bullshit, said Portugal. Spiceless.
Well, I guess we'll have to find another way to India.
Wait, said Christopher Columbus, probably smoking crack. If the world is round, let's go this way to India. No, don't worry, we already got this, said Portugal. So Chris goes to Spain. Hey Spain, want to hire me to find India by going around back of the world? No, please, no, please, no, please. Okay. So he sails into the ocean and discovers more ocean, and then discovers the Indies and Japan. Let's draw a line to decide who gets which half of the world. The Aztec and Inca empires are off to a great start. I wonder if they know that Europe just discovered their continent. The Habsburgs are marrying into so many royal families they might have to start marrying each other. Move over, Lithuania. Here comes Moscow. Ivan wants to make Russia great again. Move over, Timurids. Maybe go invade India or something. Persia just made Persia Persian again. Let's make it the other kind of Islam. The one where we thought the first guy should have been the other guy. Hey Christians, do you sin? Now you can buy your way out of hell. That's bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. That's a scam. Fuck the church. Here's 95 reasons why, said Martin Luther in his new book, which might have accidentally started the Protestant Reformation. You know what would be magnificent, said Suleiman wearing an onion hat? What if the Ottoman Empire was really big, which it is now? What if Russia was big, said Ivan, trying not to be terrible. Portugal had a dream that they controlled the entire Indian Ocean, including the spice trade. And then that dream was real. And Spain realized that this is not India, but they pillaged it anyway. Damn, said England and France. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Then the Dutch revolt and all the hipsters moved to Amsterdam. Damn, said Amsterdam. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Question 1, can you get to India through North America? No, but at least there's beaver. Question 2, steal the spice trade. That's not a question, but the Dutch did it anyway. Guess where all the sugar's made? In Brazil. Stolen. In the Caribbean. And it's so goddamn profitable you might forget to not do slavery. The next thing on Russia's to-do list is to get bigger. Britain and France are having a friendly discussion about who should control the entire world, more specifically Ohio. Then it escalates into a 7-year discussion, giving Prussia a chance to show Austria who's boss. But what about Britain and France? Did they figure out who's boss? Yes, they did. It's Britain. Guess who's broke? Also Britain. So they start taxing the hell out of America. Fuck you, says America, declaring their independence and fighting for it. And France helps them win. Now France is broke. And Britain will have to send their prisoners to a different continent. Wait, if France is broke, why do the king and queen still wear such fancy dresses? Let's overthrow the palace and cut all their heads off, said Robespierre, cutting everybody's head off until someone eventually got mad and cut his head off. You could make a No, don't. Haiti is starting to like the idea of a revolution, especially the slaves, who free themselves by killing their masters. Why didn't we think of this before? Wait, who's in charge of France now? Said Napoleon, trying to take over Europe. Luckily, they banished him to an island.
But he came back.
Luckily, they banished him to another island. There goes Latin America, becoming independent in the Latin American Wars of Independence. Britain just figured out how to turn steam into power, so now they can make
many different types of machines and factories with machines in them, so they can make a lot of products real fast.
Then they invent some trains, and conquer India and maybe put some trains there. Hey, China, said Britain, buy stuff from us. Nah, dude, we already got everything, says China. So Britain tried to get them addicted to opium, which worked, actually. But then China made it illegal and dumped it all into the sea. So Britain threw a hissy fit and made them open up 5 cities and give them an island. Britain and Russia are playing a game where they try to stop each other from conquering Afghanistan. Also, the
Sultan of Oman lives in Zanzibar now.
That's just where he lives. India just had a revolution, and they would like to govern themselves now. Nope, said Britain, governing them even harder than before.
Technology is about to go crazy.
The United States finally figured out whether slavery is good or bad. It's bad, they decided. And then they continued manifesting their destiny, which is to kill the rest of the natives and take their land and maybe kick out the Mexicans too. I know, let's rape Africa, said Europe, scrambling to see who could rape it the fastest. They never got Ethiopia. Britain and France are
They
still hungry.
almost took Canada too.
The United States ran out of destiny to manifest, so they're looking for more.
Hawaii, Cuba.
Wait, Spain controls Cuba. Well, blame something on them and go to war. What should we blame on Spain? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So they blame the Maine on Spain. Now we're in business. To celebrate, they kick Panama out of Panama and make a canal, connecting the 2 oceans. Britain just found oil in the Middle East. It makes cars go. China is so tired of being bossed around that they delete their old government and make a new, stronger government, which is accidentally weaker and controlled by a guy from the previous government. Europe hasn't had a war since the last war, so they start World War I. Look at those guns. It's gonna be a great war. So great we won't need a second one. After it's over, they blame Germany. Russia went on strike and the workers overthrew the government. Now everyone's paycheck is the same.
Communism in the Soviet Union.
The Arabs revolt and Britain helps. Now the Ottoman Empire's gone, so we can give the
Jewish people a place to live.
Hopefully the Arabs won't mind. Let's cut the cake, said Sykes and Picot, carving up the remains of the not-so-Ottoman-anymore empire.
Except Turkey. Turkey makes a brand new Turkey.
And then the Saudis conquer Arabia. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Hello? Yes, it's the 1920s calling. Let's get in the car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. The economy's great and it'll probably be great forever. Just kidding. Germany's back featuring Hitler, the angry mustache model, and he's mad at the Jews for existing. Japan is finally conquering the East, and they're so excited they rape Nanking way too hard. They should probably just deny it. Hitler's out of control, so the international community tackles him and tries to explain why killing all the Jews is a bad idea, but he kills himself before they could explain it to him.
That's World War II.
Bonus round, Pacific Showdown. United States versus Japan. Fight. Finish him. Let's unite all the nations and have some
World peace.
Seems legit. Hi, I'm Gandhi, and if Britain doesn't get the hell out of India, I'm going to starve myself in public. Wow, that worked. Bonus, now there's Pakistan. Actually, 2 Pakistans. One of them could be Bangladesh later. The Jews and the Arabs finally figured out which one of them should live in the Holy Land. Me, they both said at the same time. Let's divide up the land so everyone's happy.
Sight, they both get angrier.
Look out, China. There's a new China in China. What's on the menu? Communism. No thanks, said the other China, escaping to an island. I wonder which one is the real China. There's the Korean War, Korea versus Korea. Nobody wins, then it's on pause forever. Let's meet the sponsors. Oh, it's the 2 global superpowers. They're having a friendly debate over which economic system is good and which one is an evil virus of Satan. And they both have atom bombs. Fight! Wait, no, that would be the end of the world. Let's just keep it cool and spy on each other instead. And make sure we have enough atom bombs.
They
I'll
missed
race you to
Canada
space.
to the States stuff.
Now let's make some more
But I
countries fight
guess we
themselves.
don't matter.
Europe is tired of pillaging other continents, and the continents they were pillaging are tired of being pillaged. So here's a new map with new countries. Now you can't tell who they're being pillaged by. The United States finally decided whether racism is good or bad. They decided it's bad, and the world agrees. South Africa might need another minute to think about it. Let's check the world population. Whoa. Okay. Technology's better too, that might keep happening. The Soviet Union decides to relax a little and accidentally falls apart. Europe makes a union, so now they can all use the same money, except Britain because they don't feel like it. Let's check the mail. Surprise, it's on the computer. Whoops, someone just attacked America. I bet they'll remember that. Phone call. Surprise, it's in your pocket. Want to learn everything? Surprise, it's on the computer. Now your phone's a computer, which is in your pocket. Whoops, the economy just crashed. Don't worry, the big banks won't fail because they're not supposed to. Surprise, flying robots. With bombs. Want to print a brain? Some people have no friends. Some people have no food. The globe is warming.
And the ocean is full of plastic.
Let's save the planet, said everybody, not knowing how. Let's invent a thing inventor, said the thing inventor after being invented by a thing inventor. That's pretty cool. By the way, where the hell are we?
Wow, very pog.
Today we'll look at different ways to peel an orange. For this first method, we'll cut off both ends of the orange, then put a slice through the middle of the peel. Then open it up to reveal the orange slice library. Then go ahead and play it like an accordion. For this next approach, we'll use the spoon method, which starts with a knife. We'll score the center all the way around the circumference, then we'll work the back of the spoon or the front of the spoon, underneath and around the peel until it pops off. Then play a game of orangey cupsies. And if you're not hungry now, you can always tape it together to keep it fresh for later. Tape. For this method, we'll start scoring the orange with a knife in a spiral pattern from top to bottom.
Chat, if you
Then
can't
work
peel
your
an orange
thumb
all in
underneath
one
the
piece,
peel
then throw
until
it in the
looks
bin
like a Frank
backwards.
Gehry building.
You
Then
can't
pop
eat
off
it.
that spiral and play it like a harmonica. Now, of course, you can smash an orange against the wall, or you can punch it in the face, but you can also crack it like an egg, fry it up, and make yourself a nice, delicious breakfast.
Thanks so much,
For
nerd.
this method, we'll roll, massage, and
Huge
shake
2
the
months.
orange to loosen the segments inside, then cut a hole in the peel and shake all the pieces out. This next method involves smashing your orange into clementines because they're just way easier to peel. For this method, we'll put the orange in the microwave for a few seconds, and then when you peel it, you get these nice dehydrated, flavorful, crunchy orange pieces. Fun fact, oranges are the only known fruit to have a color named after it, and the reason the orange is such a bright, attractive shade is so that it can more easily attract a mate. For this next method, we'll start it up and then stand back as it peels out. Now, if you tie a string around the orange and fling it around like this, you've got a really good wrist strengthening exercise. It's not really a way to peel an orange. By the way, did you know that you can use orange peels to keep your shoes smelling good? They're also great for your skin as you can use them to apply moisturizer or sunscreen. Or you can even stuff them inside a piece of fabric, sew it into a doll and call it Terry, who can then protect your oranges from insects, invasive bacteria, or even intruders. Terry will go with you wherever you go. Terry will watch over you when you sleep. Terry will be with you forever.
if you are not peeling the orange in one peel. Oh God, not this. I know what happens. Don't watch that one.
There is no other artist quite like Hieronymus Bosch. Whilst Da Vinci was finishing the Mona Lisa and Michelangelo was decorating the Sistine Chapel, this Dutch painter was conjuring up nightmarish hellscapes, full of grotesque and nonsensical creatures. But why did this artist create such disturbing paintings? Are they the product of a lively imagination, or are they the result of a troubled mind, afflicted by intense and frightening hallucinations?
And it was set at a certain time.
Hieronymus Bosch, and get a glimpse of the artist behind his strange and unsettling work.
I was probably a few seconds away.
About the life of Hieronymus Bosch. Even his portrait, which you can see now, was made 30 years after his death. We do know that he was born sometime during the mid-1400s, and probably spent most of his life in the Dutch town of 's-Hertogenbosch. He grew up in a time of deep religious anxiety. In late medieval Christianity, ideas about sin, death, and the devil were becoming more sophisticated, and descriptions of hell, like in Dante's Inferno, were becoming more vivid. There was a genuine fear that demonic forces lived amongst the population, a fear that led to the first European witch hunts, something that would only increase in the coming centuries. This was the spiritual environment that Hieronymus Bosch emerged from, one where devotion and fear were intertwined. It is clear to have affected him deeply, as a preoccupation with sin and punishment pervade his work. Let's start with his most well-known painting, The Garden of Earthly Delights. It's a triptych with 3 panels depicting 3 unusual scenes. The first, on the left here,
I'd be
is based
burned
on the
at the
biblical
stake for
story
sure.
of Adam and Eve.
They used to
Set in
think
the
that
Garden
mutes
of Eden,
existed
we
because
can
the
see
devil made
familiar
a deal
animals
for her
like
voice.
Elephants and giraffes. But just below them is a freakish bipedal dog creature. Over here, a frog-mouthed bird eats a toad. And emerging out of this pool are hideous multi-headed reptiles. Even in paradise, there is already a sense of discord, anticipating the horrors that lie ahead. The middle panel is a non-biblical scene featuring hundreds of naked people frolicking in a lush garden. Strange organic structures dominate the background, giving an otherworldly feel to it. The level of detail is astonishing, but highlights include people crawling into this giant egg, a multi-legged dancing owl, and finally, a cute cat-like unicorn. The inhabitants of this panel seem to be indulging in acts of lust and gluttony, 2 of the 7 deadly sins. The last panel is a disturbing picture of hell, with all kinds of eccentric and horrific punishments. At the bottom, we have a pig dressed up in a nun's habit. It's attempting to get someone to sign a pact with the devil. This bird demon consumes its helpless victims, and then defecates them into the cesspool below. Over here, we have a demonic choir master leading a dirge, crucifying a man on a giant lyre. It also appears to be tattooing music
Jesus,
onto
this makes it
someone's
hard to
backside.
eat.
Some have actually put this to music, and it sounds a bit like this. Dominating the centre, we have the so-called tree man.
What a
named
maddening
after his stumpy
shanty.
legs. Some believe that this face is a self-portrait of the artist. There are so many interpretations to this piece at large, and all the little scenes have their own theological messages. You could spend hours deciphering even just one of them, but there's an idea that most people do agree upon. It's a warning against lust and the pursuit of physical pleasure. The fear of sin, death, and punishment are the subjects of many of Bosch's paintings. This includes The Last Judgment, another triptych where he illustrates the apocalyptic scenes from the Book of Revelation. There are lots of non-biblical elements to this one, like small gnomes and a giant human-bird hybrid, but believe it or not, it's actually not too far off the source material. As we've seen from another video of mine, the original biblical texts include giant human-headed locusts with scorpion stingers. I guess Bosch is along the right lines. Painting after painting, Bosch conjures up horrific scenes, each more nonsensical than the last. A trademark of his artwork are the freakish creatures, which can be found in many of his surviving sketches, one of which includes the tree man seen from earlier. But where on earth did Hieronymus Bosch get his inspiration from? There are many theories, but a popular one claims that he was suffering from intense and frightening hallucinations, an idea which we can explore through this next piece. Many of Bosch's paintings focus on St. Anthony. He was a hermit monk that lived in the Egyptian desert during the 4th century. According to Christian legend, he was often tormented by demons. This painting, The Temptation of St. Anthony, is characteristically Bosch. It depicts the trials this saint is rumoured to have endured, featuring a plethora of monsters, including this floppy-eared ice-skating chicken demon, my personal favourite. Bosch made 2 other paintings about St. Anthony, more than any other saint. This detail could be of significance. You see, there is a disease known as St. Anthony's fire. You can contract it by eating a poisonous black fungus called ergots that grow on rye crops. Symptoms include sores, convulsions, and a fierce burning sensation in limbs and extremities. But another unusual effect of eating ergots are the frightening and overpowering hallucinations that can last for hours at a time. They are believed to be behind the many dancing plagues recorded throughout the Middle Ages. Whole towns would unexplainably dance all day and night, with some dropping dead from exhaustion. In the mid-20th century, it was discovered that when ergots are baked in an oven, they transform into a form of lysergic acid dithylamide, also known as LSD. Some believe that Bosch actually suffered from St. Anthony's fire and may have based his paintings on his own frightening hallucinations. Creating so many paintings to St. Anthony may have been a form of devotional prayer, done so in the hopes that the saint would rid him of his debilitating illness. It's an interesting theory, but one that's also very difficult to prove. As mentioned already, we know practically nothing about Bosch's life, so it's unknown whether he actually suffered from this disease. The same goes for the arguments that suggest Bosch was simply insane. There just isn't any evidence to either prove or disprove it. I think there's another explanation, one with a bit more evidence to back it up. Hieronymus Bosch was not the only
Meaties
artist
tap
painting
medieval
demons.
drugs.
Even Michelangelo did a painting of St. Anthony, where he's being lifted up into the air by grotesque monstrosities. Both artists come from a much longer tradition, the weird world of medieval Christian art. Delving into illustrated Bibles and early animal encyclopedias reveals a whole collection of strange and frightening imagery, horrific descriptions of hell, grotesque monsters, and demons galore, all of which predate Bosch and his Renaissance contemporaries. In the margins of many illuminated manuscripts, you can find all sorts of bizarre monsters. Some of them share a passing resemblance to Bosch's work. It's possible, likely even, that he reproduced these creatures in his own work. This is certainly the case with that giraffe as seen earlier. Art historians believe that he based it on an illustration found in an early travelogue, comparing the two, and they share a striking resemblance. People were drawing hell and demons long before Hieronymus Bosch was, but you could say that he perfected it. A true Renaissance artist, he took the flat illustrations of old and transformed them by adding perspective and vivid colour, bringing them to life through his ghoulish imagination. Now, of course, not all of Bosch's paintings are demonic hellscapes. As with many painters of his time, he made artworks about the life of Jesus or things that he saw around him. But even in the more mundane topics, you're never too far away from spotting a beastie or two. It is unfortunate that we know next to nothing about the life of Hieronymus Bosch, only a shadow of the man through his paintings. It was clear that he had a dark and vivid imagination, and that matters of religion and morality clearly occupied his mind. After his death in 1516, the next generation of Dutch artists were clearly inspired by Bosch's work. In the centuries to follow, artists began to see him as an early pioneer of surrealism, being one of the first to draw directly from his imagination. Hieronymus Bosch's dark, apocalyptic visions continued to transfix all those who gaze on his paintings and offer bleak glimpses of what awaits us in the afterlife. Hey, thanks for watching. Hieronymus Bosch is one of my favourite artists, so I'm thrilled to be able to make this video. I really hope you enjoyed it too. If you like this video and want to see more, why not
Kinda
subscribe?
scary,
A like and a comment
but
also
really
go a long
intriguing.
way. Anyway, I look forward to seeing you next time. Goodbye.
Tie mode. Thanks, Mo.
You know how there's that one pretty important rule in filmmaking? Don't show the camera in the shot. You know what doesn't give a damn about that rule? Mirrors. Most of the time they make specific shots like these impossible. But wait, if these are impossible, where's the camera? Well, turns out filmmakers found out a way to make cameras basically disappear and said screw you to mirrors in the process. Before I get into the video, I want to explain why I'm making it in the first place. So there's one mirror shot that I saw recently that had me totally stumped. It's this one from the first episode of Criminal United Kingdom. Have a little watch.
Clones. Meet crazy.
I really wanted to work it out, so I thought,
Huh?
let's go break down some other mirror shots that we know a little bit more about and see if something lines up. So that's what we're going to do. So let's dive into some pure movie magic. Let's start with Contact, probably one of the most famous mirror shots in existence, mainly because of how absolutely seamless and effortless it feels.
Lippy Petamite.
It's seamless but totally bemusing at the same time. So how was it done? Let's break it down.
So it's blue screen, but it's not as complicated as you might think.
It's basically comprised of two different shots. The tracking back shot of the daughter running and the shot of the cabinet with the same actress pulling open the cabinet door with her wee little hand. The shot of the daughter is all real. It's where the daughter reaches the cabinet, the two shots become one.
So how did it work? Well, what you're actually seeing is shot 1 being superimposed onto shot 2, where it has a blue screen instead of a mirror.
Looking at the two individual shots from above makes the technique a little easier to work out. With shot 1, the camera tracks Jenna Malone as she runs down the hallway into the bathroom and towards the mirror. In this shot, she's basically acting as if she's reaching for the mirror, when in reality, it's just a giant camera lens in front of her face. In shot 2, they'd flip the camera around some 200 degrees. They'd get the camera tracking backwards to mimic the movement of shot 1, call action, and have our actor reach and open the cabinet. But for real this time. You combine the two, match their timing, and boom. You've got one of the greatest shot transitions in film history. But is this what is happening in this shot? Well, we're this far into the video, so you tell me. This one's really cool. So the camera starts here and tracks all the way to the other side.
What an igny
of the
meaty
mirror. So
spetch.
what kind of witchcraft is being so publicly displayed here?
Unlike Contact, there's no VFX. In fact, this technique is essentially the same as the one used in that mirror shot from T2 and this mirror shot from Peggy Sue Got Married.
What you're actually seeing as the camera moves is the shot transitioning from one side of a duplicated set to the other, with an invisible cut spliced in there very sneaky. And a duplicated set means a duplicated cast.
When this character sits down, what you're really seeing is two cast members trying their absolute best to sit down at the same time, matching their movements to sell the idea that there is in fact a mirror there. And notice all the small touches throughout the shot to help sell the effect, like these photos stuck in the mirror that have their own reflected versions.
Enigme, Eve been up 25 hours.
They've even matched this vine type decoration with its own double, not to mention all the props on the table. It's really impressive stuff. As for that invisible cut, well, it's no accident that this actor's head conveniently cuts the frame in half. Yeah, they've actually used her head as a stitch point to connect two shots together, allowing them to seamlessly transition from the fake mirror shot we started with and into the version of the set with real mirrors, so the shot can finish with the actor's real reflections. Also, that's Jenna Malone from, well, Contact. How has that happened? How did that... The question is this what's happening here? Looking at this scene closely, the movements of each of the characters, they're too perfectly matched to their reflections. So unless we've got some cloned Wolverine type shenanigans going on here,
it's definitely a no for me, dog.
What's so cool about this technique is just how it does its thing like it's nothing.
Meaty's tap.
It's a lovely shot, but it takes some eagle eyes to realize it should technically be impossible. There should be a camera right here, yeah? Well, it's much simpler than you'd think. Yeah, you'd think maybe there's some blue screen involved, like in Contact, or we've got some doubles doing their thing. No. They just built the camera into the wall and then they just removed the lens sticking out in post. Pretty simple, but is this what is happening in our little mirror shot here? Well, let's find out.
Mo Megalol.
Although the shot here is locked off on a tripod, well, kind of locked off in a wall, I guess. Hey you, aspiring filmmaker, do you need something to keep your camera stable when shooting? No, not a tripod, you In fact, your tripod.
Look, we need to get the hell out of here. Need some help there, man? No, don't wait for us.
It's stuck.
Man down.
Houston, this
Man
is
down.
Copy. Houston, this is Explorer. Copy.
You don't need that. What you need is something better. Introducing the wall. Never be stuck for a place to put your camera again. If you've got a wall, you're good. Just punch a hole in the closest vertical surface and you're good to go. It's the most convenient piece of gear you'll ever own. Oh my god, Tim! So, we might be comparing a locked off tripod shot with a moving dolly shot, but when you put them side by side, there's no doubt that they share some visual similarities, which is why my gut was telling me that the technique they used in this shot had to be similar. But I still wasn't 100% sure. So I started doing a little digging. Cue montage. So I started where anyone in my position would start, IMDb. But there was nothing, no pictures, no videos, no nothing. I checked cast Instagram accounts and their posts from around the time of production, nothing. I checked crew members, their socials, nothing.
Give me a rent.
All I wanted was a single BTS picture of that particular shot, a hint at the setup, but there was nothing. Nothing from the director, nothing from the DOP, the first assistant camera operator. No one had a publicly available photo. But just as the last ounce of hope I had began to fade, I see this credit for this BTS photo in an article on BBC.com. Okay, promising. So I follow the Yose trail to his website, to his Instagram account, and lo and behold, nothing. I had lost the will to go on. Food had lost all taste. Even this video where this man's
dog poops at the beach and then rolls in the poop as his owner pleads with his four-legged friend to not roll in the poop, failed to make me laugh.
What you doing, dog?
The infamous dog poop video.
Thing I ever seen you do is bring your ball. This shit gonna get on your ball. Bring it on back. Oh, boy. No, you making a mess. Oh, good night. Dog, crank that car up, girl. Crank that car. Give me a...
So, I did a thing. I wrote up an email to the crew member credited as the B camera operator on the first episode that was shot in Madrid. And guess what?
I don't know what he was thinking.
Nothing. Nah, just kidding. He replied, Jonathan Tyler, thank you. End montage. So how'd they do it? Well, it really is the force majeure technique minus the hole in the wall. So there's no blue screen, no doubles work in sight. According to Jonathan, it was a combination of well choreographed camera work and VFX. To quote Jonathan's reply, it was basically a paint out of the camera. What we did to simplify this was use a dolly with a stabilized head that I operated remotely. This meant that the paint out was just the equipment and the grip moving the dolly, all covered in black fabric. Kept the rotoscoping as minimal as possible. Rotoscoping as in manually tracing around the camera gear and the grip frame by frame, and then removing that from the shot to replace it with a clean plate of the wall. Really the most literal example of making a camera disappear. And it's a pretty cool example of a perfect harmony really between our B camera operator Jonathan Tyler, cinematographer Jamie Carney, and show director Jim Field-Smith to help produce an almost faultless mirror shot, and one that sets up this dynamic between the two rooms in the show and the mirror between them pretty perfectly.
I don't think about camera at all.
Thanks for watching, guys. That one was really fun. I had a lot of fun. Until the next one, I'll see you around.
Good video.
No, you making a mess. Oh, good night. Dog, crank that car up, girl. Crank that car. Get me out of here. I ain't taking that old shit dog out with me.
Ye old dogs.
Alrighty, hello guys. Alrighty, hello guys. Alrighty, hello guys. Alrighty, hello guys. Welcome your faces back to another video on my channel. Today we are actually going to be testing out a underwater base that has been in the making for 2 years. Now, honestly, that is pretty crazy. This was actually built a long time ago.
Oh, it's
this
not
submarine.
even real.
I believe it was this one anyway.
Never mind.
And it was built by Carbon. So what we're going to do today is we're going to use this submarine to dive down to the underwater base. And we're going to have a little look around. I haven't actually checked it out at all yet. I do see a red light returning to the surface. Yeah, okay, a buoy has just been deployed, interestingly enough. And I do see some other lights down there as well. In fact, a white light is coming to the surface too. But today, we're going to be checking this out, so let's jump straight inside.
For much of the year, these fluffy black-tipped ears are difficult to spot in the wild. That's because red foxes are mostly nocturnal. But there are times of the year when they're more active during the day. Between May and July, when their cubs are born, they provide daily insights into their busy lives. A fox's life is quite adventurous, especially at the beginning. So let's take a look at their first year on Earth. Under this pine tree, there's a hidden underground nursery. For years, a fox mother has been raising her cubs in this den under the roots. And now, there's a new litter on the way. She's not alone. Mid-March is the peak time for fox births. The average litter size is 4 or 5. Fox cubs can't eat meat right away.
C-U-Z-T.
Instead, they're suckled for their first weeks. Milk is all they get.
No, didn't sleep yet.
The cubs are born deaf, and their eyes stay shut until they're 2 weeks old. They're also unable to thermoregulate themselves. Despite their fluffy baby fur, they need their mother's warmth. For the first few weeks, the vixen spends most of her time with the cubs. Fox parents normally raise their young together. This mother is on her own, but luckily she's able to profit from her eagle neighbor's hunting skills. The fox cubs are now 2 weeks old, and there are just 2 left out of 5. They're not yet allowed to leave the den, so their priority is to cuddle, sleep lots, and grow fast. In late spring, the cubs emerge above ground. They're 4 weeks old now, and this is their very first excursion out of the den. They're always under watchful eyes. And are only allowed to stay out for a short time, but they definitely enjoy it. There's nothing they won't try out, sniff, or nibble at. When the little ones doze off after a new adventure, their mother can relax. Unless disturbed, cubs stay in their burrow until early June, though they may abandon it earlier in hot weather. They're now old enough to start fighting over access to food, and sometimes the winner isn't that clear. But no matter who's the victor, both have learned from their mother that they should carry their food away quickly to somewhere safe. When the summer sun is high in the sky, the cubs extend their outdoor adventures a little more. They start to forage for themselves. They tend to go for easy-to-catch prey, such as insects and earthworms, while slowly developing their hunting skills. They still don't recognize much easy prey, but they already know how to avoid becoming prey themselves. In late summer, the cubs start their first high mountain expedition. It's a chance to get familiar with future prey, though right now they're far from being a threat to marmots. They even start to play with their furry neighbors. But the marmots are skeptical. playing with middle schoolers is not permitted. The two foxes finally get the message. They aren't welcome in this marmot club. High up in the mountains, it's getting colder, and the foxes use the time to grow new winter coats in preparation for the snowy season. Now, it's time to make it through winter. The young foxes start to actively patrol their territory. Although red foxes are born deaf, they soon develop excellent hearing. They pick up low-frequency sounds very well, which enables them as carnivores to catch animals even underground or beneath a massive load of snow. Besides foraging, the fox siblings are on the lookout for other foxes. If they find a potential partner, they'll travel together. In January, the mating season will start, and the dens beneath the pine trees will be filled with new fox cubs again. The Alps are one of the richest biodiversity hotspots in Europe, and beside foxes, there are many more amazing species that call them home. Check out our winter
In a solitary forest, deep in the heart of Slovakia, a man and his dog trudge through the snow. Miloš Majda is searching. Miloš has a soft spot for hunters, provided they walk on four legs. So he raised two lynxes and set them free at maturity. Now he is anxious to know whether they made it. These remote and peaceful valleys are his home. Miloš works for the national park, and he is an expert tracker. But he can't find so much as a trace. He never imagined this possibility back when the story began. The story of Miloš and the lynxes. This log cabin sits in the Malafatra National Park. It has neither electricity nor running water, nor is there a cell phone reception in the narrow valley. Nevertheless, this inaccessible site hosted an exceptional experiment. Gamekeeper Miloš Majda spent 2 unforgettable years here. He sweat and froze, he chopped wood and lugged tons of food. He was scratched and bitten, all so that he could return 2 feline predators to freedom.
The goal of the project was to raise 2 young Eurasian lynxes and return them to the wild. They were to come from a European zoo, preferably when a female lynx gave birth to a large enough litter so that she could keep some of her young. Eventually we found one in the Czech Ostrava Zoo that had just given birth to 4 kittens, an unusually large number. Because we had good relations with this zoo, the director was willing to trust us with 2 of them. We were ready to do everything humanly possible to return these 2 lynxes to the wild.
The extraordinary lynx quartet is born in the Ostrava Zoo in June 2008. 2 of them remain with their mother, and 2 are for Miloš. The zoo in the Czech city of Ostrava on the Oder River is a paradise for animal lovers. For decades, the zoo has been acknowledged by experts for its successful breeding of lynxes. Lynxes are threatened with extinction all over Europe. The lynx's first trip is brief. They travel in a basket from the enclosure to a quarantine station in the zoo. Miloš insisted on getting 2 lynxes. He expected the siblings to form a team, learning from each other, and consequently not growing attached to him or any other humans. And here they are, Lisa and her brother Muro, 6 weeks old and weighing about 1.5 kilograms. For the first few days, Lisa and Muro cry heart-rendingly. They call for their mother over and over again. It's the project's first step and probably the most dangerous. Will the kittens come to terms with the separation? And will they accept food?
The trickiest aspect of raising them was undoing their existing relationship with their mother. It was particularly challenging to forge a connection between the kittens and us because they imprint on their mother during the first few weeks of their life. Feeding them with anything but mother's milk was difficult. They just didn't want to eat. We tried different kinds of milk, but without success. Eventually, we resorted to whipping cream, which they accepted and digested well. Except we couldn't raise them on whipping cream alone, of course. Fortunately, they also accepted minced meat. Things weren't easy at first, but eventually, over time, they started eating normally and gaining weight.
Lisa and Muro are moving again, this time from the Czech Republic to Slovakia, into Miloš's city apartment in Dolní Kubín. Raising them is a balancing act. If they are going to be able to survive in the wilderness, they can't become domesticated. On the other hand, they need to trust Miloš, since he is their mother's replacement, from providing food to developing their hunting skills.
We took the lynxes into our home for about a month for the simple reason of fostering the closest possible relationship between us. This was critical so that we could raise them and also be sure they would return to us once they were old enough to make forays into the forest.
Their mother, the zoo, and the Czech Republic are long forgotten. And they have hardly arrived before Lisa and Muro start to redesign the apartment. Lisa's favorite spot is on the shelf. The table is Muro's headquarters. Even at this early stage of their lives, the lynxes demonstrate a clear need for their own territory. During their stay in the apartment, the lynxes never grow trusting or tame. Miloš is able to touch or pet the siblings only while they are playing together. Otherwise, he is attacked, scratched, or bitten. Miloš learns as fast as his fosterlings. In order to bathe two energetic kittens with sharp claws, he invents, amongst other things, the lynx shower.
As long as the lynxes were in quarantine, we had to provide for their regular hygiene to keep them from getting sick. At first, we didn't really know how to clean them daily. Just grabbing and washing them wasn't going to work. They would have scratched us to ribbons, but we knew that lynxes like water, and they loved the transportation cage, so I decided to simply put them in the cage and wash them there. They had no problem with that. Actually, quite the contrary. As soon as they saw the cage, they voluntarily got inside because they knew it was time for a shower.
Soon, both Miloš and the apartment are exhausted. High time for another move. The center of Slovakia, where the Carpathian Mountains gently rise to the east, is home to the Velká Fatra and Malá Fatra national parks. While these densely wooded mountains are extensively managed and a hunter's paradise, they still have enough room for big predators like bears, wolves, and lynx. This territory also belongs to Miloš and his Alsatian mix Lila. A few weeks earlier, Miloš saved Lila from an overcrowded animal shelter, literally at the last moment, just before she would have been put to sleep. Miloš knows every tree here and every eagle. He is an expert in the breeding and protection of raptors. His knowledge is in high demand, and he consults with national parks all over Europe. In the Malá Fatra, he heads the conservation program for golden eagles. Up to 30 breeding pairs inhabit these forests. Occasionally, Miloš climbs to one of their nests to remove one of the eggs to be raised by humans. Golden eagles always rear only one chick at a time. The weaker sibling will soon be pushed out of the nest.
Golden eagles frequently keep not only one, but several nests, usually 4 to 5. We have a couple in Slovakia, though, with 18 nests, which is extreme and quite rare. I've been taking care of this couple here for many years. They return to their nest every year to breed. The eagles settled in very well here. People are familiar with them because they always nest in the same area and have done so very successfully for 14 years.
The two young lynxes remain in Miloš's care for a year. Then, step by step, they will be released into the wilderness. Miloš built them an enclosure directly at the window in front of the house, where they will spend a few months. Their journey into the wilderness starts with a timid step from the windowsill. From now on, Lisa and Muro attend school outdoors. Miloš and his assistants catch dozens of mice every day and deliver them to the enclosure. This is how the lynxes learnt to hunt. During the first few months, the lynxes spend a great deal of time in the cabin, as there is plenty to do inside. Within just a few weeks, Lisa and Muro have grown from kittens to wild lynxes. Leela knows exactly who is in charge here. When Muro starts to romp, it is time to take off. Lisa sunbathes on the windowsill, while Muro kills a mattress. The differing temperaments of the siblings are already clear. Feeding lynxes is dangerous. Milosh always locks the siblings away before he brings the meat into the room, or they would immediately attack him. Hunters don't wait until dinner is served. They come and get it. Muro and Lisa polish off 1 or 2 chickens each day. The meat is immediately transformed into energy and mass. At the age of 6 months, Lisa weighs 7 kilograms and Muro 8. Fitness training a la lynx. Powerhouse Muro leaps effortlessly from a standstill to a beam below the ceiling. His sister Lisa, however, seems a little hesitant at first. The almost full-grown lynxes are slowly getting bored, but things will change soon. Their days in the cabin are numbered. Tomorrow, their private training grounds will expand considerably. Milosh plans to enlarge their territory in increments. The new electric fence stretches from the cabin across the river and far into the forest. Milosh doesn't realize that the lynxes have their own plans. Milosh opens the door to the world, at least to the world within the electric fence. Muro is released first. He doesn't seem quite able to trust that there is really an exit here. But after his initial diffidence, Muro gets down to business. He takes a running start, casually leaps over the electric fence, and takes a bath in the river. Milosh can't believe his eyes. The expensive and elaborately engineered fence, worthless. Not that the electric fence doesn't work. It deals out reliable electric shocks at every touch. But Muro isn't attempting to get out of the enclosure here. He's trying to get in. After the excitement of the shocks, Muro immediately returns to the cabin where apparently he feels safe. It's still too early for both lynxes to take the final step to freedom. Milos changes his strategy. Now he plans to release only one lynx at a time, while the other remains in the enclosure. The siblings are deeply attached to each other, and the one on day parole won't abandon the other in captivity. They will always return. To make the cabin's environs more attractive for the lynxes, Milos sets up cages full of quail and chicken, and the trick works. The relationship between the lynxes and Leela is deep, but not always smooth. Leela remains hopelessly outmatched. Mura bites off a small piece of her right ear during a brawl, and Lisa gives her a similar wound on the left. Nevertheless, the lynxes clearly accept Leela, or they would have made short work of her long before. The Velkafatra endures a harsh climate. The first snow falls as early as October. Milos and his wife Erika try to get the simple cabin halfway ready for the winter. For Lisa and Mura, it's the first winter that they have ever seen, and the last one with a heater. Time and again, they flee the cold of the outdoor enclosure, hurrying through the window and into the cabin. To study the lynx's future territory, Milos sets up camera traps around the cabin and throughout the nearby forest.
We set up the camera traps to see what animals are near the cabin at night. We had no idea about that before. We wanted to find out if there are wild lynxes, bears and so on here. We installed the traps in the immediate vicinity and also further afield to determine what animals are living in the wild here. Most of all, we wanted to use the traps after we released the lynxes though, in hopes that the photo evidence would show that they were still alive.
The cadaver placed as bait attracts the hunters of the forest. Foxes, golden eagles, martens, and a wild lynx. Winter seizes the Carpathians with an iron grip. But as soon as the sun and blue skies return, the bitterly cold forests transform into a sparkling, magical garden. Well protected by their winter coats, Lisa and Muro begin to explore the wilderness.
We took the lynxes ever deeper into the forest to familiarize them with their new surroundings, the terrain, the light, the smells. One of the siblings always stayed at home as security.
Here, Muro is on day parole. For Miloš, an unforgettable year comes to a close. Only by the end of April does the sun finally win the upper hand in the cold valleys, and spring returns. The common frogs are unmistakable messengers of spring. They have hardly shaken off their winter torpor when they begin to mate, quite suddenly and in huge numbers. Frogs ready to mate jump across the national park's only street. Since traffic is light anyway, this causes only minor jams. The first weeks following winter are the most difficult phase of the project. The wilderness is calling, but Miloš wants to release Lisa and Muro as late as possible. Fully grown, well-fed, and expert at hunting. The siblings are still inseparable, and neither wants to be apart from the other for long. Later in the wilderness, the siblings will become competitors. Lynxes are frequently loners, the territories of males often overlapping with those of one or two females. Lynx always mark the same trees with their scent, establishing them as the boundary posts of their territory. Their most obvious characteristic, the tufts on their ears, improve their sound localization. A lynx can hear the rustle of a mouse from a distance of 50 meters and precisely identify its position too. Lisa and Muro can hardly be persuaded to return home anymore. Their excursions grow longer and longer. Soon it is clear that it's only a question of days until they will disappear into the forest. Miloš takes both lynxes into the wild only in exceptional cases. Lila helps too. The lynxes always follow their friend in the end. Miloš keeps experimenting with new strategies to lure them back to the cabin. He lays a track with meat scraps, leaving a mouthful here and there, but never enough to make them full. These excursions are a kind of workshop for the young lynxes. Milos takes them through their territory and points out tracks of various prey animals to teach them to associate smells. At the same time, the exercise serves as a fitness program so the lynxes will be in top condition before the winter. Meanwhile, Lisa and Muro are almost fully grown. Muro stands about 50 centimeters high at the shoulder and weighs 17 kilograms. Lisa is somewhat smaller and lighter.
Over time, we had more and more problems luring them back to the cabin. Without Lila, the lynxes probably would have taken off in no time. They were wild animals after all, and practically independent after half a year.
Their first excursions lasted barely 20 minutes. Now the lynxes are practically gone the whole day. Milos and his wife take shifts in walking them. Taking both lynxes into the forest at the same time would be disastrous. But as long as he keeps either the brother or sister waiting in the enclosure, Milos thinks he can control the situation long enough to give the lynxes a little bit more time to develop. Milos can't devote all his working time to the lynxes alone. The eagles need his attention too. The national park runs both a breeding installation for eagles and also a kind of hospital for them. Injured raptors are cared for here, like this female golden eagle. Despite all legal bans and prohibitions, she was shot by poachers. First, the eagle is weighed. At only 4 kilograms, the female eagle is fairly light. She probably hasn't eaten anything for days. Each of the 4 gamekeepers manages about 20 eagle pairs throughout the year. Thus, the injured female was discovered just in time. The eagle remains surprisingly relaxed during her treatment, presumably because she has known the gamekeeper for a long time. Apparently, the eagle hurt her wing when she fell. It will take some time before she is restored to full health. In the meantime, a small drama is unfolding at the cabin. Muro howls and calls for his sister, but in vain. Lisa had always advanced a little deeper into the forest than Muro, and on her last trip, she suddenly vanished. few days later, Lisa suddenly appears again. It will be her last visit to the cabin. Lisa and Muro love nothing more than playing in the water at the bridge. Obviously, not all cats are afraid of water. Swimming tigers are familiar sights from numerous nature documentaries, but swimming lynxes are new. Late summer offers idyllic scenes like from a fairy tale. Miloš works, the lynxes play and romp in the grass, and Lila gets her usual treatment. They look almost like an inseparable family. But these scenes are deceptive. It's not just any dreamy summer day, but the last one that they will spend together. Late in the afternoon, the lynxes stroll to the river, wander along the edge of the forest, and finally vanish in the darkness of the trees. Lisa and Muro behave just as expected. They follow the call of the wild. For Miloš, however, the separation still comes too soon.
The day the lynxes didn't return from their trip, it was clear that it was probably for good. We admittedly hoped they would appear again, but after they had been gone for a week without a trace, we knew that they had already learned to catch smaller animals or to live on the prey of bears or other lynx. Our greatest fear, however, wasn't that they would starve at all, but that some hunter might shoot them or they get hit by a car. These are the real dangers that exist. Every year, hundreds of wild animals are killed this way. So those were our greatest concerns.
Suddenly, a leaden silence weighs over the small cabin at the river. Lynx, born in the wild, leave their mother at the age of about 14 months. The first days of their independence are the most dangerous time in their lives, and many don't survive. It seems as if Lila knows and worries. A few weeks later, Miloš starts looking for Lisa and Muro. He wants to know how his fosterlings have done. For weeks, they seem to have vanished without a trace. But then Miloš discovers a promising hint.
There are many forestry workers in this valley. They log wood or plant new trees. Some of them reported seeing lynxes, which according to their description could be ours. So that was our only clue. A few strangers saw some lynxes here. Such sightings usually last for only fractions of a second. They are simply extremely shy animals that avoid contact with humans, which on the other hand, we were happy about. Ultimately, all that could give us solid proof that our lynxes were still alive were our camera traps.
In late summer, the Velkafatra and Malafatra mountains are frequently lashed by rain and thunderstorms. Miloš has seen happier times. The lynxes are impossible to trace, and it's raining relentlessly for days, even weeks. Science is not certain about much regarding the behavior of lynx, but it's suspected that a hunting territory can reach up to 100 square kilometers in extent. As Miloš already guessed, tracking down a lynx in such a large area is practically impossible. Everyone's spirits are at a low point. Then Miloš suddenly gets a welcome distraction. He has a new guest.
Apart from raising wild lynxes and protecting endangered species, we also devote our energies to wildcats. We have already released a few pairs in Slovakia that were born in zoos in the Czech Republic, and we plan to release more wildcats in the future. After the lynxes vanished, we took in this small wildcat and studied it because the behavior of wildcats is still very little researched. Experts predicted that it would stay with us for a month at most, but it remained for a total of 6 months, so we had a wildcat guest for half a year.
Until the 1930s, wildcats were regarded as destructive predators and were almost wiped out. Today, the wildcat is a protected species. It shares the habitat preferences of the lynx and consequently the same problem. Large, natural forests with old trees are virtually non-existent today. And there is yet another thing wildcats have in common with lynx: their fondness for water. Half a year later, her life as a house cat is over.
In the end, she probably succumbed to the charms of a male wildcat that appeared in the area one day. He hung around for about 2 weeks, then his traces vanished, as did our wildcat.
By autumn, Milosh's patience finally wears thin. Something has to happen. He decides to build a trap to catch at least one of the lynxes, provided they are still alive and in the vicinity. He plans to briefly sedate the trapped lynx and equip it with a radio collar. Thus Milosh would be able to follow Mura or Lisa over the coming months and study their wanderings and territorial behavior. But for the time being, it's all theory. Once again, Milosh has to slog through the surrounding forests in search of any signs of life of Lisa or Mura. Many kilometers, downpours, and disappointments later, Milosh finally discovers what he has been seeking for so long. At a fallen tree, he spies definite scratch marks. They are undoubtedly from a lynx, but from which? Leela looks pleased and excited too. Does she smell her old friends? It's quite possible, since the scratch marks aren't far from the cabin. But Milosh wants to be absolutely sure. Winter and cold arrive overnight again. 6 months have passed since the two lynxes vanished into the forest. If Lisa and Mura are still alive, they would be 1.5 years old now, strong lynxes in their prime. Winter now becomes an ally. The snow records every track.
We found lynx tracks in the surrounding valleys, and later near the cabin too, but we couldn't tell for sure whether they were from our lynxes. Judging by their size, it would have been quite possible.
Apparently, a lynx is sneaking around the cabin at night. Would another one dare come this close? Or was it really Lisa or Muro? Milosh sets up a camera trap near the cabin. A photo would offer the long-desired proof. The pattern of a lynx's fur is as unique as a human fingerprint, and a picture wouldn't leave the slightest doubt. So it happened that day after day, a man and his dog plodded through the snow in the middle of the Slovak winter. Milosh checks the camera daily and baits the lynxes with all kinds of delicacies, including fresh chicken, but they never come anywhere near the trap. Late one night, after Milosh has long gone to bed, what he has been waiting for so long finally happens. The moon and the stars shine brighter than ever before. A lynx prowls through the forest. He makes his way steeply downhill, crosses a small bridge, and is back in his old home.
Based on the photos, we were able to determine conclusively that it was Muro. They are beautiful pictures. That was the great reward for all our efforts at last, and proof that nothing was in vain. We successfully released the lynxes and made them capable of surviving in the wild.
The more we know about their behavior and the best methods of breeding and raising them, the easier it will be to reintroduce lynx into protected areas. For the time being, however, one accomplishment is certain. Thanks to Lisa and Muro, there are now 2 more wild lynxes in Europe's forests.
exposure, darling.
Ooh, more coin for the ego lock.
Meet Smug.
Metroid, it helps not to focus on it. Meet Nod. Hypo frogs? Rare. Meaty shy.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Insane Giga. Massive Metroidvania subs.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Wow. Another huge gift. Thanks, Metroid. Wow, we might get a request playthrough.
I only work for exposure.
Only 178 more till October. Metascopium. Oh, 177. Thanks, Metriad. Enigme, you're the biggest meat frog here. DIESOFCRINGE. Wow, Naya in real life. Well, Silent, it's pretty nice. Usually you want to get rid of some cards. So that makes them useful and deals them at the same time. It really depends. I think the auto gun can be good with it, because he can hide behind bushes to be safe. Big fish. Yay! Stevie, there a whole bunch. And even the main game has mini games and mini puzzles. Game within a game within a game with a game with a game with a game with a game. Meet bruh. It wasn't unlucky. Just the devs made a bad description. It clearly says it gives an energy cell, which it doesn't. It gives an empty cell. That's not an energy cell. That's an empty cell. Silent, it's an energy cell. Not an empty shell. Energy can't be empty. That's why it's energy. It's full of it. I'm a perfect reason of logic. Should have worked. Yeah, it's silly because it's an energy cell. That means it has energy. Or it wouldn't be called an energy cell. Maybe an empty cell. At least say depleted. I mean, if I get another energy cell, it means I can replace the depleted one. Like a battery. Like imagine if I'm like. Okay, silent, hey, race your battery to replace the one you used. And you go. It's empty. I'm like, well, it's a battery.
Damn it.
Look. If I get an energy cell, that's a brand new cell. So like, all the other ones I get have energy. But not this one at that one moment. And unlike a battery, I can't swap it. Which is essentially what a battery is. An energy cell. It just makes zero sense. Maybe translational error? They don't know reason? Look, silent, it's not -1. It's 0. It's empty cell. I can't get a negative battery. Like it's sucking life around it.
Less than 3.
It's 0. Worth no energy. The math adds in my favor. Silent, a battery can't be -1. I can't have a battery somehow delete another battery. If I put an empty battery and a normal batter in a box, it won't just SAP the normal battery. Also huge dono. Lumi. Oh my god. Thanks so much. Look silent. You have a Game Boy. One battery is dead. I say, I'll give you a battery. The new battery replaces the old one. You throw the old one out. New one in. You got power. Lumi. Thanks so much again. $500 is absolutely huge. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. Love you so much, Lumi. $500 is no joke. Like hey, race the logic for silent side. These batteries aren't batteries. As in the cells you're not allowed to replace. Which makes zero sense. But it makes sense if you apply that terrible call logic. Even though, literally, I have a cell beside me that replaces the power in this very game. It's silly. Whoa, meet bruh. Jaburi, that's some good stuff, meaty spedge. Actual masterpiece there. Nah, we're fine. I don't even need items. Eagle true. And they hated him, for they spoke the truth. Age of Darkness wasn't that bad. Big follows today. Meaty spetch.
the fuck is this?
Let's be real, Phil. Chat's just playing for shot hangman. Eagle meets Mug. American Hangman Suite.
Oh no.
This is so sad. Hypoj starving to death on stream. Actually going to perish. This is so sad, chat. We never should have done this. If only there was gifters. It's not very poggy-wogies. Wowie! We got gifters. Thanks, Capel. It's not very poggy-wogy-logy. Well, hugs him talking. Wow, 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 wowie.
Oh no.
Chat, I think I soft-locked the game. Killed the bosses too fast. Press F. Yeah, we got the better belly button. Cootsie of Blizzit Meaty's happy. Silent, it's actually normal here. It's gotten like that since you took a break. But it's always been like this. Meaty's tap. Nothing wrong with a healthy belly button. Back arrange your meaties hap. Enigme, it would help to stretch your brain. Be thankful for 2 words. Meaties happy. Good guess, Juberkey. What a DD fan there. Mango clap. What the garbage is this? An affront to bed moss. What the? That's kinda a good idea, Pona. But why? Subathon almost over Meaty's bench. Insan Giga.
Yay!
We're back in it. Meaty Swoke. Thanks so much, Ponich. Meat Nod. Insane Giga Q. Thanks, dude. It's going great. It's extra smug. small stream. I will consider it punishment. It's a good game. Yep. In Sangiga. Meaty swoke we go. Wowie. Thanks so much, Skasa. Huge out of nowhere big bomb. Thanks for keeping the meaty dream alive. Mers, that makes sense. Your reaction is my reaction. I don't even know how I stumbled upon this. I gotta say. SwapBot is a garbage card. The gunner is better in every single way. That's mean, Enigma. Holy 8 damage. Oh, thank goodness I can sit. Thank you, Rodero. Guys, I am already sitting. Making me break my chair.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Insane Giga. Whoa. keeping the stream alive. Thanks, Rodero. So close to October. Wow, big follow. Thanks, Cat. I almost can silent. I got 8 damage on one guy. Holy moly. Meaty Swow. The run is a live one. We're beating this game. Cav, thanks so much. Kiss a meat. Enigme. Why didn't you tell me it was birthday? I woulda done something. Oh, you did? Oops. Wow, Enigme. We're the same age. How about that? Cute Meaty's happy. Jay. You came at a good time. We're going to beat this game in time. SwapBot worst card in the game. Big follow. Thanks a Driftnack. Hello. Wowie. I'm a cutie. Wow, the Potter followed. Remember to time out all Potters. Thank you, mods. Meetup. Thanks, Ve. Huge follows today. Metroid Metamegalol. 6 more minutes left, meaty spetch. I'm going to miss you all. But Eve never had so much fun. Hypoj the real trooper here. I think. We used every last bit of his muscle fibers. Perfect, we got it all. Only less than 2 minutes left. It's now or never, chat. When that timer goes up, it's that time. All right, it's about that time.
I only work for exposure, darling.
WWE made it. Final boss is coming. Thanks so much. Big Indie Agni save.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Wow. Amazing. Hypoj happy too, I'm sure. Wowie. Thanks so much, Metroid. That's another 10 points. Pagman. No refunds. Pagman. Wowie. That's 0.001 points. Let's record that. Wowie.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Big gifter. Meat clap. Thanks, Jetty. Keeping us alive. Meaty spetch. Whoa. That's another 2/3 RS points. Thanks so much, Stevie. Wow, look how happy Hypo is. A real positive ray of sunlight. Wowie. Ramen pajamas? What the heck are those? You eat the pajamas?
I only work for exposure, darling.
Holy moly! 200 subs! Wowie! Thanks so much, Skasa. Wow! Oh my god, wowie! Huge subathon! We're back alive! Only 7 points left till the game request. Wow, something other than DD for a bit. That's pretty crazy. Well, do it in the Discord where people can suggest and vote. Join it. It's a great place to meet up. Get it? Kashia meets Smug. Hypo want to just do a sleep stream? As in you just sleep? I mean you just sleep. Like no stream. You need your sleep. Meaty spedge. sleepy hypo meaty spetch. What a good BOI. Yep. Huh? Is that an anime cat girl? Silent Metamegalol. Wow, big follow. Thanks FX5. Meat clap. Oh my gold, you're right. It's Bulvi. Marthra. Lenodin. Nigme, it's a good card. Immortal Sniper.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Wow. 7 subs. We got the 900. Insan Giga.
Ah.
Nice round numbers. They won with Mrs. Screw You. Meetup.
Oh no.
Discord is invalid. Let me take a look. Okay, I got a never expire link. One moment while I put it in elements. There we go. Silent, this is important. I'm a content creator. Look, I make the most pogy wogy logie content. Christmas is still mod.
This card is OP.
Only less than 2 minutes left. I'm sorry guys, I couldn't do it. There's just so much to think in this game. Okay, everyone. Thanks so much for watching.
I only work for exposure, darling.
Insan Giga. Holy wowie. Saved. Let's beat this game. Thanks so much, Rodero. Well, chat. Thanks so much for everything. It was a great subathon. But it's come to an end.
Goodbye.
Holy. Still alive. I'm sorry, chat. I'm way over time. It was amazing. I'll see you all later. But for tomorrow, I will be taking a long deserved break. Well, that's today actually. Tomorrow I still want yogurts. For next time. Thanks so much for all the support. It's okay, I'll finish it next time. Have a good night. Going to collapse in bed meaty spetch.